Okay. Okay. 70 FPS. Yeah, I mean, still the rendering is taking. Yeah, now they're not. I mean, they're supposed to be moving though. One second. Okay. Here, update Ghostbone. If not, it's initialized, we return. Or is villager. Is villager. Like this should technically be like the root is not player rotation. Just do debug.log updating rotation. Is this happening at all? Yes. And is this happening? Debug.log set rotation. Okay, that's also happening. What I'm doing right now, I'm optimizing for NPC movement. So it used to be that NPCs would sort of just be physics based all the time, but I'm trying to cut down on the physics while they're not in an active like simulation that needs to be physics based. And that, you know, that has some other implications with regards to how they're rotating and stuff like that. I wonder if joint toggler is running, like disable joint. Yeah, that could be it. I'm just working a bit on the actual, like, yeah, villager simulation here. But basically, like, the penguin is all physics-based, right? You see, and that takes a lot of processing power. And my hope is to cut down on that sort of use of processing power as much as possible. Disabling joints. I don't think that should be getting spammed. No, it is not. Okay, good. And I think disable joint is only ever called from that one place. Yep. So player rotation, joint 0 dot target. Oh, it sets the target rotation. But then we can do if state is active, and then else if is villager. We do parts 0 dot rotation. Wait, is it debug.log? We're active. Could be that they are active. Yeah. Well, then we can do if is villager. And then else if state is active, so. Is it not possible to change something else and still get the same result you're after? How do you mean? Like you see, now they're moving around, no physics. And then I'm gonna apply a walking animation to them. And then basically I can sort of on the fly turn on their physics. When they actually get, you know, interacted with physically. Is the idea. No, I can't, because the reason I can't is because of the volume of NPCs, right? And there's no reason to not change this, right? Because when you're making a game, I don't know how well versed you are in game development or not, but for those who aren't invested in game development, if you don't have to simulate something, you shouldn't simulate it. Which means that, for example, if something is obscured by a wall, you don't want to render it. If you're running some super advanced physics calculation that the player can't even see, there's no need to run that physics calculation while it can't be seen. And then also, why should you simulate physics for something that doesn't need to be physically simulated? So like their walk doesn't have to be physically simulated. These are just like these NPCs that are roaming. Oh shit, they get stuck. Look at these guys. Oh. But yeah, there's basically no reason to simulate physics for them walking if the player's not like punching them, or if the player's not hitting them with a car or shooting them. Then there's no need for the physics to be simulated. The moment we need to simulate the physics is when the player's actually interacting with them. Otherwise, we're just wasting processing power, right? So if we can replace physical walking animations with just pre-baked walking animations, that's better. Up until the point when the player is actually, you know, colliding with them or whatever, we're shooting them in the head or whatever, then we can turn on the physics like a switch. And all of a sudden they're physically simulated, and we're only simulating the ones that we have to simulate. And this allows us to have like an insane amount of NPCs roaming the world without the processing power going haywire. Like, I mean, games like GTA and games like Red Dead Redemption will do the same for their NPCs. Like, their animations are just so good looking that it looks like they're physically simulated, but they're only physically simulated up until the player actually interacts with them. But yeah, this is starting to look pretty good. Now we just need to hook this up with an animator, right? So Or actually, we should probably have it on... this one, I think. Then it won't be consistent if you don't have the physics running all the time. Not realistic. But that's the thing, though, right? You can never care about consistency. Consistency is never supposed to be the #1 priority. Consistency only matters as much as the player can conceive of consistency. Right? You can use the same argument for rendering, right? Why aren't you rendering everything all the time? That's not consistent to not render everything all the time. But again, if this is a building and there's a tree obscured by this building, there's a tree behind this building, and there are like bugs crawling around on this tree or whatever, you know? And then we have the player here. The player can't see the tree because it's behind the building. Do we need to simulate the movement of these bugs on this tree? No, we don't. But if we wanted to use the argument of consistency, well then yes, we should always simulate the bugs, always, at all times. Because otherwise, when the player, you know, goes away and comes back to the bugs, they'll see, hey, the position of these bugs has not been moving in the same way that they should be, because I remember this bug here was in the middle of the tree when I first looked away, and then I look back and it's still in the middle of the tree. But again, that's only if you go digging into the details, right? And it's the same way. What does the player care more about? That every single NPC is 100% simulated physically 100% of the time, or do they care about the fact that when they hit them with a car, they go flying off and are physically simulated, right? That's what matters. What matters to the player is the impact that they can have on the world. It's not like looking around and seeing all these NPCs. If I wanted consistency, I would have to bring down the NPC count to be in the 20s. If I ignore consistency, I can have the NPC count up in the hundreds, right? That is a world of difference. Is it similar to culling? Well, yeah, I mean, and this is called occlusion culling, this example, but this is just a rendering example. But it's basically like you can't sacrifice performance for consistency unless the consistency has gameplay implications, right? When an NPC is walking around, there's no gameplay implications, there's no physics implications, unless they are affected by a physics object. Of course, if a penguin walking around gets hit by a car, it should activate the physics, and they should start being affected by physics, right? But while they're walking, we should not try to, you know, simulate life, basically. We don't need to do that. Every single game you have ever played at all in the entire history of all games has not simulated everything. They're always taking shortcuts. Every single one. You have games like Dwarf Fortress. They're not taking shortcuts. They're a simulation. And for simulations, then you want to have 100% consistency, right? Because it's a simulation. But even then, you still might not render everything or show every single detail all the time, right? Damn, that's a late ascend. But yeah, I mean, the concept of culling, like the word culling, is applicable to stuff beyond rendering. So what you're saying is I am too lazy to do it? No, what I'm saying is you're trading performance for features, right? You're giving two options. Simulate physics, right? So simulate physics means that you can have around 20 NPCs. If you're fully simulating every single NPC all the time and you want to have performant, you can have around 20 NPCs, right? But if you do a cold physics simulation, all of a sudden you can have around 100 plus NPCs. This is not about laziness. It's not about a lack of skill. It's literally just what is a performance. Like, have you played Totally Accurate Battleground Simulator? Have you played that game? Have you seen how much their performance tanks the moment you get too many NPCs on the screen? Simulating physics-based NPCs 100% of the time tanks performance because it's all CPU bound. It's all using the CPU to simulate all these NPCs. And the question becomes, why are you doing it in the first place? Like, it's a design question. It's not a question of resources. It's a design question. Yeah, but it's not because it's too many things on the screen. It's because we're simulating the physics of these bodies. So the problem with simulating like NPCs physically is the fact that, okay, it's quite simple to simulate physics on a cube, right? It's quite simple to simulate physics on a sphere. That's easy as well, right? These are all simple objects to simulate. But the moment you attach a cube to a sphere, or a sphere to a sphere, or whatever, physics object to physics object, now all of a sudden, these are two interconnected. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. That's completely incorrect, Lane. The problem is that the moment you add too much performance requirements for games, they run like shit, fewer people get to play them, and there's no benefit added to the customer. This is not a question of features, it's a question of good game design. A bad game designer would say, to me it matters that all the NPCs are always simulated all the time. And then you ask them, why does it matter? Because then they're always simulated, because then there's consistency. Okay, why do you need consistency? I don't know. Okay, a good game designer would say, we should only simulate the physics for NPCs when they're actually affected by other physics. Oh, okay. Why do you do that? Because that way we can have many more NPCs, we can have a much livelier world, and also 99% of the players do not care about the fact that enemies have simulated walking animations physically. Okay. That's the thing. It's a design question, and one design is obviously superior to the other. There's no reason at all to simulate physics for NPCs because it will tank performance. If anything, you're losing out on potential features because you're simulating fewer NPCs. It's more interesting to run through a crowd of NPCs as opposed to run through freaking, I don't know, 3 NPCs. Like, I'm not removing the physics simulation. I'm spreading it out in a reasonable way that's not going to tank people's performance for literally no reason. It's a lower value to the consumer if you tank their performance. This is not adding features by making them physically simulated. That's just completely false and a complete misunderstanding, frankly. It is true though. Look at expensive games who require really good computer parts to run and yet people still buy them. Yeah, but you're misunderstanding, right? You're misunderstanding. We're talking about adding features that do not add anything, right? There is no need to render a tree behind a house if the player cannot see the tree. Just like there is no need to simulate the physics of a walking penguin if simulating the physics of their walk does not change how, where, or what they walk. Like there is no effect other than consistency. And consistency means nothing. Consistency is just a principle that has no implications at all on gameplay. Right? The only time consistency matters is when you're running a simulation, right? But games are not simulations, games are games. They're supposed to be enjoyed, and things you add are supposed to make them more fun. If a player knows that they can have, but that's not immersion. That's not immersion, right? Like, do you think GTA 5 has would have benefited from like cutting their NPC count like down by 5 times? Do you think GTA 5 would be better if they had physically simulated walking animations and 5 times fewer NPCs? Do you think that would have benefited GTA 5? That would have added immersion, right? But I would argue that it's more immersive to have more NPCs and not always simulate the physics for their walking animations. I think that's more immersive as opposed to the opposite. If you want to have immersion, simulate the entire freaking protein folding of DNA. Simulate life. There you go. That's immersion for you. Like, it's an insane argument. Performance should have a higher priority than any others? I think performance matters up to the point of like, what is your game trying to achieve, right? And are you taking unnecessary steps to achieve that, right? Game design should come first, and then performance should help you achieve the said game design, right? The performance should never be detrimental to the game design itself. So like if you're designing a freaking driving game, maybe you don't want to simulate the wear and tear of the rubber on your tires if that calculation is taking up, you know, like lowering your frame rate by half, maybe you should not simulate the wear and tear of the rubber down to like the single atom. Maybe it's best to just ignore that, because again, it's not adding to the game. So it's always like there's a walk of balance. No, it's not about money. It's not about money, Lane. You're completely understanding. There are specific limitations that just cannot be achieved with computation. It's not an indie or AAA question, right? AAA cannot simulate 100 or let alone like they could not simulate 1,000 physics-based NPCs. No AAA game could do that. There is no AAA game that could do that because it's just computationally impossible, right? Any modern system would not be able to do that. But if they don't simulate it physically, then all of a sudden they could. The short answer, would it not be, if the game you're making doesn't need more than 60 FPS, then simulate all you want until you reach 60 FPS. Stable, of course. If the game needs 100 FPS, then simulate until that. Well, it's also like, sometimes you don't even need to simulate things. And hello, Luxter. Like, again, you're making a game, and you should have a game design in mind, and you should think, okay, what does this game need for this game design? And sure, if you want to, like, immersion could be part of the goal core game design, right? And that's something that Rockstar does very well. So, for example, you know, they will have, for example, that your character gets wet when you step in water, it grows a beard. All these things aren't strictly gameplay features because they don't have any impact on the game. They're just there for immersion, right? But no, it wouldn't even work on 30 FPS. It just wouldn't work. It literally would not work. There is no way to simulate that kind of thing, and that's the thing. Like, I'm assuming you have no game development experience. That is an assumption I'm making based on the comments you're making. But speaking as someone who has over 5 years of game development experience, there are certain problems that are well recognized within game development to be difficult, not because they are hard to solve, but because the computations needed to do them are demanding, right? Even ray tracing, which is supposed to be like a lifelike way of perceiving light, you know, RTX ray tracing, it's not actual ray tracing. They're not actually tracing rays. They're cheating with it. They're taking shortcuts all the time. Unreal 5 is taking shortcuts with their rendering as well. That's why you have screen space reflections and stuff. So screen space, reflection, artifacts. So you can see here, they're taking shortcuts all the time. Every single studio is always taking shortcuts because it's not always worth it to do those kinds of simulations. So you can see here, open image, new tab. Screen space reflections. What screen space reflections are is it takes sort of what is visible on the screen and then just reflects that. In real life, you wouldn't get these weird blank white dots because you'd have the surrounding environment actually reflecting in, but screen space just looks at what's actually on the screen. That again, this is, you know, they could simulate the entire world all the time, but again, 90% of the player's focus is always on what's at the center of the screen, and that's what screen space reflections are reflecting. So, you know, it's not about laziness, it's about, hey, maybe we don't need this thing because if we don't use this thing, we'll get better performance. More people can enjoy the game, and those who also already have the Unreal Engine also reuses some of the data from the last few frames, right? Yeah, yeah. Reduce, reuse, recycle is basically a good motto to adhere to when it comes to game development. It's called caching. So basically maintaining old data instead of recomputing data. And Unreal is using a lot of tricks to achieve that. Yeah, I mean, it's the shortcuts that software has to take in order to make things look good and run well are not to the detriment of gamers. It's if anything, it's to the benefit of the gamer. But there are endless amounts of optimizations you have to make as a game developer. Endless amounts just to make the game run okay, you know? And that goes for AAA, it goes for indie, it's just true across game development. Generally, when it comes to what like AAA is able to achieve versus what indie is able to achieve, it's not on a level of performance, it's generally on a level of scale, right? The reason that games like GTA 6 and Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5 are novel is not necessarily because of the stunning performance, but that is part of it. That is part of it. But the most impressive thing is the scale and the quality across the board at the level of scale in which they're operating, right? So while an indie team can make a game that is this small and high quality across the board, GTA can be this scale. It's like monumentally larger, right? But that's because they have a huge team as well. And that's what indie can't compete with, because indie doesn't have the same scale of team, right? That's the big difference. It's not that AAA has some magic fairy dust that allows them to optimize their game in ways that indie never could. That's just not the case. In a game like Risk of Rain 2, 50 plus enemies appear from all sides from the 3D world. Not simulating enemies outside would make the game too easy to play. How would I optimize a game like that? Well, basically, I mean, as long as they're outside the screen, right? You don't have to render them. You can cut back on a bunch of different computations regarding rendering. You could probably simplify the pathfinding. You could probably I mean, I don't 50 enemies is not that much to begin with, especially because, again, I mean, Risk of Rain 2 right, is not doing physics simulation, is it? Like, it's all just pre-baked animations for all the enemies, right? Because then 50, I mean, you could multi-thread that. The biggest thing with and the problem also with physics is that physics are hard to run in parallel. So like with non-physically simulated enemies, you could if this is the timeline of operations, right? You could run them all in parallel. So this is like, you know, you could have freaking 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, enemy AIs running in parallel. But when you're running it physics-based, well, physics interact with each other, so you have to run the physics all in order, right? Because physics have the law that one physical object interacts with another physical object, so it all has to run in order. And that slows the stuff down, right? But that's physics simulated. If you're not doing physics simulated enemies and you're just working with like pathfinding and pre-baked animations, you're probably fine. But like, for example, Dark Souls and many other, I think there's like animation culling. So basically, like when enemies get further away, they'll slow down the frame rate of animations. So like enemies at a distance, there's a lot of people who prefer graphics over, yeah, but you only prefer graphics up to a point. You only prefer graphics up to a point. You're never able to achieve state-of-the-art, fantastic, wonderful, amazing graphics if you don't optimize for performance in the first place. Impossible to achieve any sort of decently looking graphics without optimizations. You always have to optimize. And the better the game is looking, the more tricks they have to use, right? Yeah, the stream crashed earlier because my CPU was just crapping out. So I just turned off the VTuber camera because it was just gobbling up my CPU for some reason. I don't know, I think it's like a change in the update that just slowed down the... increased the CPU usage or something. Graphics do not always equal fun. Yeah, but I mean, that is true. But at the same time, I think there is a certain amount of joy to be derived from like really beautiful graphics. I mean, you could take what's that name? Voxel physics based game. What's the name of that one? Breaking. Teardown, yeah. Like Teardown would not have been as an impressive of a game if it wasn't using the ray tracing graphics and like the physics-based voxel smoke and all these bells and whistles they're using, right? This game is amazing specifically because of the physics simulation and the graphics simulation combined. The graphics enhance the gameplay because it makes it look so like visceral when you're blowing things up and everything. But again, the only reason this game works is because the developer optimized the shit out of it. It is heavily optimized. That's, for example, why this happens in the game. This is an optimization. He's not simulating the physics of the tiny load-bearing post there to like snap, even though the entire building has basically been destroyed, right? And you would say, but consistency, we need consistency. This is supposed to fall over. Well, yeah, that minor change that you think is minor is actually a major change that will have severe performance implications, making the game unplayable. So, yeah, optimizations and performance are just like, the thing is, when you're working on a game, making beautiful graphics is easy. Making beautiful graphics that are performant is difficult. That's the only reason that Unreal Engine 5 is so impressive, is because they've been able to make all these performance adjustments to render these things. But even doing so, I mean, you can just look at Oblivion. Unreal Engine 5 games run like shit, and people are upset with them for doing that. But it's not a feature though. If it's like you have to cut corners where it's not adding to the game, right? You don't have to simulate every single grain of sand on a beach. There is no need for it. The beach can just be a single collider and the player can walk across it. You do not need to simulate every single grain of sand. Because if you do, every single frame of the game is going to take 1 year to render. But hey, maybe that's what you want, because you don't care about performance. Just let the freaking grains of sand be simulated. Like, it's an absurd position to have. It's okay you're late. I forgive you. Yeah, it's useless if no one... Hello, Crystal. Yeah, I noticed you. Well, I mean, even if people did notice it, it's also like, what are the gameplay implications of even simulating every single grain of sand? It's gonna look cool though, yeah, but it's gonna look cool at freaking 0.0000001 frames per second, right? And then it doesn't look cool anymore, because now you're looking at a photo, you're no longer playing a game. The thing that you cannot forget is that a game is a real-time experience. Where 30 FPS is like the bare minimum acceptable performance, but even in today's day and age, 30 FPS is not enough.
Do you notice me? Do you notice me? Yeah, I just want to know, Shorty. Do you notice me? Shorty, you should roll with me. Come over and smoke with me.
Yeah, it's wait, what's the flip? Yeah, Brew Y always has the best text-to-speech. Depends on the game genre. No, I'm telling you, there is literally no case ever at all that you would ever want to simulate every single grain of sand in an entire freaking beach. There's no reason for it, ever. Are you simulating UV sun rays in real time? Yeah, well, I mean, if Lane could decide, then yes, that's what I would do. Basically, I'm optimizing the AI. Like, look at that. Why is his like edit? Is it possible to make good 3D games without ever touching 2D game dev? Yes, and I would say, if anything, in my opinion, it's easier. 3D is generally easier than 2D because I feel like 2D requires a much stronger art direction. Whereas with 3D, you can make really fun platformers in 3D with just freaking cubes. Like, you don't need much to make like a sort of interesting 3D thing. But yeah, first person, third person, it's generally quite easy to work with, I would say. I say go for it. Yeah, real-time physics are intensive. That is correct, crystal clear. But yeah, so I don't know if for you guys who didn't show up before, this Lane person was arguing that game developers should not care about performance and instead simulate more things, because players do not care about performance. They want more things to be simulated. And I was saying that there's no need for the walking animation to be physics simulated if that means that I have to have 5 times fewer NPCs. But Lane believes that that is a worthy trade-off to have 5 times fewer NPCs if that means that the walking animation is always physically simulated. Because if you don't always physically simulate the walk animation, then you are not being consistent. And consistency is worth a loss of performance. I hope I'm not misrepresenting the argument. No, argument as in that is an opinion, right? I'm not saying it's an argument. I'm saying that is the opinion that you presented. I'm not trying to misrepresent you here, Lane. Tell me if there was something I got wrong. You can correct my my description of your argument or opinion. Just so the others can join in and come in with their opinions as well, is why I felt it. Well, you debate, discussion, whatever, but you if you have a multi-stream would merge chat rooms. Well, they are merged. I mean, they are sort of merged. Like, they're merged on the stream window. So you guys see each other at least. I don't get why the You can't directly reply to them. Yeah, you can't do the actual reply. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, Twitch has a much shorter delay than YouTube chat for sure. I haven't quite figured out how to solve it, but well, I think the increased quality of graphics while watching a cutscene is fine. But again, that's also a compromise, right? Because the reason you can increase the quality of graphics during a cutscene is twofold. First of all, during a cutscene, we can anticipate what's going to be shown on screen. This means we can cut away a lot of things that aren't going to be shown, so we can optimize for that. Secondly, the player is not in control of the camera during a cutscene, which means we can anticipate what will be shown in an even more direct way. And the player does not have to control the camera, because the need for high frame rate is mainly during controlled gameplay, right? If you're not the one controlling the camera, then frame rate all of a sudden doesn't matter too much. Most cutscenes these days actually aren't pre-rendered. They're done in-game. So like any modern game, whether it's Last of Us, GTA, if it's I don't know, any AAA game, Assassin's Creed, they don't do pre-rendered cutscenes anymore. That's a days of old thing. Nobody pre-renders cutscenes anymore. The main reason being that pre-rendered cutscenes take up too much space, right? Because you have to record the cutscene, you have to store it as a video file, and then render that video file. And that would mean, at least for modern computers, you'd have to store those video files in 8K, and 8K video files are kind of big. So pre-rendered cutscenes are actually not a thing anymore. Used to be a thing, but then of course the resolution would be lower because it didn't matter, you know, because they like, people back in the day would be like, ooh yeah, fancy pre-rendered graphics look good. But of course the video resolution is lower, but that doesn't matter because it still looks better than the gameplay itself. Real-time cutscenes? Yeah, as in they are rendered in-game during real time, right? But yeah, old games like I don't know, freaking The Hobbit for Xbox, what else? I don't know, like all these old, like I don't know, like early 2000s games. Like Mario might have done it. But like even GTA San Andreas didn't use pre-rendered cutscenes. GTA San Andreas were running in-game, real time. So like pre-rendered cutscenes was like a very short time frame. I think like the the Tasmanian Tiger, I remember, did like pre-rendered cutscenes. Many like those old 3D platformers did like pre-rendered cutscenes. Yeah, I wonder... Yeah, I think pre-rendered cutscenes is sort of an interesting artifact because the thing is like the only time those pre-rendered cutscenes made sense was if the game itself looked bad enough that the already like compressed and lower resolution pre-recorded, pre-rendered footage video included in the game was like better looking. So like Halo is another one that did a bunch of pre-rendered cutscenes, and you'll notice that those pre-rendered cutscenes like are bangers in the remasters of the Halo games, but the old Halo games would use pre-rendered cutscenes. But of course, it depends also like when the pre-rendered cutscenes wanted to show off something really impressive, like I don't know, some realistic looking explosion or some massive structure that they couldn't render completely in game, then they're like, yeah, let's pre-render this shit. Halo Reach cutscenes were peak, yeah. And that's like another game that also uses pre-rendered cutscenes. But again, I mean, there's a reason that during the remaster they had to remake the cutscenes, and that's because they weren't made in game. Whereas something like Half-Life doesn't use cutscenes at all. Half-Life 2, and that's all in game, you know, in-game dialogue, just first-person view all the time. I guess there is some cutscene, like the overlay of G-Man speaking to you is technically a cutscene overlay. I don't know why the penguin's butt isn't swinging along as it should. Yeah, no problem. See ya. PlayStation, yeah, PlayStation games. And I think also like with a lot of those older games is because they came in a physical format, it was a lot more justifiable to like fill out disk space with cutscenes. Because the games only took so much space on the CD, right? And then it's like, well, what do we do with this? I guess we could plop in some cutscenes, you know? Might as well. Yeah, the issue is that the root is responsible. Yeah, I think, yeah, like another one is the Simpsons, the movie game. The Simpsons movie game is also like a lot of those tie-in movie games, like whether it's like Ice Age or whatever, they always had the pre-rendered cutscenes. But even so, they'd sometimes just slap on shit from the movie. You know, the movie tie-in games would not even have pre-rendered cutscenes. They're like, oh, here's a cutscene from the movie itself. Which, like, you know, fair enough. Do game jacks? Yeah, they do. They do. And that's for one specific reason, and that reason is that it helps you actually finish a game. So the biggest hurdle for any game developer, or really anyone working in any creative field, is the ability to finish a project that you start. The reason game jams are so effective, especially as, you know, even if it's just a one-time thing, it will give you the experience of what is it like to work a project to completion and have that be played by other people that aren't just yourself or your friends. You open yourself up to scrutiny, which is important, right? You need to have people play your games. It's important. Like too many game developers just never finish a game, right? They start out, they have like this big, huge idea, they start working on it, and then they don't finish it, and then they feel like I can never finish a game. Which is not surprising because they never have finished a game. But if you finish a small project, then you're going to be like, okay, I know I can finish a game. Now I just have to make a game that meets realistic expectations of what I actually can achieve as a game developer. And having participated in the game jam might give you a bit of an idea of what sort of level you're actually on. Because you have to know sort of what are your strengths and weaknesses as a developer. So maybe you're like really good at making great looking textures or whatever. Okay, well in that case, maybe like 2D could be a good thing for you. Or maybe you're a kick-ass programmer. Okay, well then in that case, maybe you'll work with like something more simulation focused, or maybe some like strategy game or whatever where programming is really at the forefront. Or maybe you're just a really good game designer. Well, maybe you'll make something that's not, you know, super programming intensive, but has like a really strong core game loop or whatever. Something simple, maybe like a roguelike or deck builders, which aren't generally super hard to make programmatically, but are kind of intense like gameplay systems. You can do all sorts of things, you know, that you'll figure out when you're doing game jams. I do get tired when I inevitably run into a feature I don't know how to code. Exactly, and that's the thing with a game jam, is that when you run into something you don't know how to code, you just have to realize that, hey, either I learn how to code this, or I just cut it out of the game and keep moving and work with the game as it is without this feature. So let's say you wanted to make a first-person shooter where you can run on walls and climb up walls, and then you have to like reach the top of a tower or something. Okay, you're working on the game, you're starting to work, and you're like, man, I just cannot get this wall running thing to work. And now I just don't want to make this game anymore. Well, that's not an option. So what do you do instead? Well, you figure out, how can this game look without the wall running feature? Okay, so you start thinking creatively. What if instead of running up walls, you could, I don't know, blow up walls? Okay. And then now you have another gameplay feature to work with. Okay, blow up walls to get to the top of the tower. Okay, that's kind of interesting. You can work with that, and then you can be creative with that. Because it turned out making walls able to blow up was easier than making freaking the ability to run on walls. Sure, okay, great. So just, you know, pivot all the time. Like working on Penguin Heist, there are numerous features where I realized that, hey, you know, this is not going to work the way that I wanted this to work. So I'm going to have to change this entire feature or remove it. And that's just how it is, you know? And that's fine. I think we have to have the animation actually existing on this, because this one isn't following along, but that's going to ruin the entire animation. Penguin of Duty with wall destruction. Yeah. No, but it's always, you know, you just think creatively. Realize what you cannot achieve and try to realize that quickly. And then pivot into things you can achieve. And then when you learn more and more of what things are feasible to do with your current skill set, you'll be able to pitch ideas to yourself that are within the scope of what you can actually complete. But I think all the time when you're working with something, dream big, but try to be realistic as soon as possible. Don't get hung up on ideas you cannot finish. Like, I'm dreaming big with this game. I'm thinking I want to have police that are like, can engage in police chase with you. I want to have fully simulated NPCs walking around the city. I want to have cars that you can steal. That's dreaming big. It's systems I've never done before. I don't even know if I can do them working within this game, but I'm going to try. And we're going to see what sort of level of quality these systems end up being. But it's sort of my dream. But, you know, let's say you can't steal cars. Okay, well, maybe I could just have cars driving around anyway, and you can like blow up the cars or something. Okay, well, that's a fine compromise. Not as fun as being able to steal the cars, but does it ruin what the game is? No, not really. It's still a simulated world with cars driving around it, and that's cool enough, maybe. That's not saying I can't make the car stealable. I think I definitely can, but again, it's sort of like accept your potential limitations, right? And roll with the punches. Because there are going to be times when you are not going to be able to achieve something. Here, penguin controller, so this animator can be off by default. Yeah, so that's why I always say start with the smallest possible game you can make and see if you can make that, and then learn from that experience of trying to make that game. So what's one of the smallest things you can make? Well, it's a text RPG, it's Pong, it's Snake, Breakout, You could make a, I don't know, a small strategy game where you're like, I don't know, tower defense or something. There's all these smaller ideas that have been done before and have a ton of references for. Do those things where you can visualize every discrete problem you're solving for and go for that. Try that first. And that's why a game jam is good, because that's like a scenario where you're doing that, but with a deadline. You should never make a big game for a game jam. Okay, see here, animator. Right here. Who is walking? Okay, let's give this a try. No idea if this is going to work, but here goes nothing. I don't even know, like, because it's operating. I hope it's operating like locally. We're gonna see. But if it is, then these penguins should be animated properly. I don't know if they're gonna find the animator. Like that could also be a thing. Yeah, object reference not set soon as in the object. Right, okay, yeah, so we need to recompile the... Ah, it's not playing. Ah, look at them. So beautiful. Wait. Is she here? Assumingly there is an animator here, which shouldn't be necessary. For all you all game developers in here, what's your sort of dream game? Give me the elevator pitch. What's the game you guys want to make? They're kind of... I wonder, maybe... Yeah, because probably finding the wrong animator then. I've never made a game, but I really want to make a first-person tower defense with class-based abilities. Yeah, I think that's like a solid idea. Because it's like, I mean, it's such like a systems-focused game. I always like the concept of sort of tower defense or survival, you know, like incoming waves of things. And having like the twist, that's like why Orcs Must Die is like, even though I've never played Orcs Must Die, it's like an interesting concept to me. Those types of tower defense games that aren't your typical top-down view. Yeah, I really wanted it at the time when it was like released, but I just never got it, and now it's... I might play it sometime, but I think those kinds of games appeal to me. I mean, I always liked in Rome Total War setting up, you know, these sort of impossible battles where I was holding down like a small city and then waves of like you know, setting up like a 300 scenario, you know, with like the Spartan units and having them like phalanx the gate, those sort of things. Same reason I love playing like the endless waves of you know, Left 4 Dead, you know, those zombie survival onslaughts. There's just something satisfying about mowing down, you know, rows of enemies. Yeah, tower defense can fit in any universe. Zombies, aliens, orcs, medieval. Yeah. I mean, it's just such a solid concept. Like, the defense of any sort of stronghold is just on its own satisfying. Like holding down the fort is never gonna get old. It's never gonna be like, ah, that's boring, you know? But I think also, like, I think part of why I like tower defense so much is that it's just, it never gets old, right? Because the point of like a tower defense game is either to ramp up the difficulty so much that it becomes unwinnable, or you play until you beat a level. You never end up in like a stagnant position where you've beat the game and now it's too easy and then you don't want to play it again. Like, there's always more difficulty to be had, and just throwing in more enemies is surprisingly actually fun. Whereas in like a first-person shooter, just throwing in more enemies does not necessarily equal more fun. But for some reason, you can get away with it in a oh, they're walking in a tower defense game. Yeah, look at them. Just a bit too slow, but those shorts aren't doing much, are they? I mean, I just have to make like a better walking animation, but I think for now that's pretty decent. We'll just speed it up. Something like that. Yeah, I think so. With the tower defense, you should make a tower defense game, because tower defense games aren't difficult to make. And you can make a really simple one just to get an idea of like spawning in enemies, putting down towers, doing like the round system, doing upgrades or whatever, like figuring out those things in a sort of safe space where you're not working on your dream game and fear that every single gameplay thing you do has like implications for the future, you know? Yeah, I mean, this is beautiful, guys. I should probably have like, what would make sense is that not all NPCs would walk the same way. Like some would have a different walk, like staggering the walks and stuff. Yeah, they're just standing still now. And then you could even have like idle animations for them. But you see, the thing is, you can just walk through them right now, which is what's not supposed to happen. So basically, I would have like a small, you know, sphere of influence. So like if I'm here, then his physics would activate. If I'm here, well, there's no point. If I shoot a bullet and the bullet enters his sphere of influence, you would toggle the physics as well. You'd have like these very rigid physics checks. And then you have these cars here. But yeah, make like a really small game, a small tower defense game. So, I mean, you could make... Let's start like this, okay? If I were you, I would start out if this is your level here, start like this. You have tower, 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 okay? 3 towers or whatever, okay? And these towers have guns. This is a 2D game you're making here, okay? Start out 2D. And then you spawn in enemies, right? You spawn in enemies, and the enemies are trying to move sort of just forward in a Plants vs. Zombies way. So they're just moving forward, you know? That's all they do. And the towers will automatically shoot the enemies. And they'll be shooting at the closest enemy. So all the enemies aren't always aligned with the tower. Sometimes there's like an enemy here, in which case, you know, these 2 towers would probably target this enemy together. And then maybe there's another enemy that's here, and then another enemy that's here. Well, in that case, you know, when this guy's dead, they start targeting this guy, and then you target this guy, so on and so forth. So you'd program that, okay? You got that down. And that's just an automatic simulation. There's no gameplay yet. Now, you define that these enemies spawn in a certain amount, and then when you've killed the amount that they're supposed to spawn, then you get a screen with upgrades, right? So you can choose to click on a tower, and then you can upgrade that tower with like one of 3 upgrades or something. Maybe it's like bullet strength, bullet speed, firing speed, or whatever, okay? So now you've developed an upgrade system. And then you have a button down here, which is like start. So you'd start the next round. And now you have a game, right? Which is, what is the game? Well, the game is planning ahead for how do you upgrade the towers to sort of maximize the amount of enemies killed. That's the game. And maybe you could even randomize the kind of upgrades you can get. So you can like synergize upgrades. So maybe there's one that's like double the amount of bullets shot and fire rate. But then it subtracts some other thing. And you can come up with like crazy upgrades or whatever. And you just make like an upgrade system. And do that for each tower or whatever. And that's it, you know? You could let that begin. Maybe you don't even need 3 towers. You could just use 1 tower and have that be the game. Literally 1 tower. And then when you've made that game, then you'll have an idea of where to start. Because then you've got the tower defense basics. And you can start thinking about, okay, how do I translate this to first person? Well, you can take so many of concepts from this game and translate that to a third person or first person tower defense. I want to see in the what's it called, villager routine manager, I think I have the spawn limit there, so we can set that to 100. I just want to see how far I can take it. Yeah, I think it's no problem, but I think always like start too small. Don't go too big. Start with something that's too small and realize that too small is sometimes also extremely difficult. Oh yeah, they can't start navigating because there aren't enough points to navigate to, I think. Yeah, we've filled literally every single spot in the entire world. Okay, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna put down way more spots because I want to see how far I can push this. So we'll put this at 100. 100 unique villagers. There, I think that should be good. Let's give this a try. See how many NPCs we can spawn in. This might get kind of crazy. Okay, I wonder, like, with the stats, what time is being spent? It's no longer, it's still spawning in and NPCs. That's crazy. Okay, let's see here. What are we chewing on? Rendering is taking a bunch. Fixed update is taking a chunk, but not insanely much. Damn, like pathfinding is taking very little considering how many NPCs I have. Will testing level be up? It might be, actually. If not, I'm going to upload it while I'm in Sweden, because I am going to be working in Sweden. It's just I'm going to be working from a laptop, so... But look, have you ever seen this many NPCs ever in Penguin Heist? Like, look, I'm getting 70, 80 FPS with this many NPCs walking around. Like, look at this. There's penguins all over. And driving cars. Like, look. There's 100 NPCs here. This is absolutely crazy. I just need to make better walking animations. They look so goofy. So right now, the cars don't have any AI. They just have the pathfinding. So you see, they come up to an intersection and they just make a turn, either left or right. So this guy, he decided to keep going forward, but he could have turned there and gone left. It's just random. There's no thought in the way they drive, and there's no collision, so I can just stand in here and they just pass on through. But they will stop. They'll stop at crosswalks. They'll stop for each other, so they won't drive into each other. But right now, it's just sort of... I mean, this guy even went across the freaking crosswalk. Hey! Ah! But man, this is so promising. Like the vibe of just having cars driving around, even if the cars are, you know, kind of shitty. Yeah, we have 100 plus NPCs right now, Alice. 100. Seems like normal driving. Yeah, true. True. I don't know how many more we can spawn in without like breaking the entire game, but I'm increasing the count now. It's 115 NPCs right now. 120. Let's see how high we can go, because this number here, as long as this is going up, we're spawning in new NPCs. I don't know how many potential places we have for NPCs, but... I did. But right now, they're not being physically simulated at all. But I can turn on the physics simulation at a moment's notice. But, I mean, look at this. This is like NPC heaven. Okay, this is starting to become too many NPCs for my rendering, but... There's so many NPCs. But yeah, my rendering is not being able to handle this. I just need to see what the performance says. Like, I think it's all in the rendering. No, yeah, okay. So the part of it is simulating the enemies themselves, I think. Yeah, we have 200 NPCs right now. 200 NPCs. 200 NPCs running at 50 FPS. It actually looks like Antarctica. Yeah, so 50 FPS, 200 NPCs. Not the worst. I'm gonna be honest, not the worst. 200 NPCs at 50 FPS. And these are all rendered, and I think they are simulating a bit too much as well. So there is a bit too
Megadega1
much,
said, Goidel, be truthful and do not lie. Have you taken a wife yet? Are there even women in Iceland? Is she part puffin? Would she live in a volcano?
Yes.
Lava bread?
Lava bread. And thanks for the question, Penguin Robber. All the women in Iceland are part puffin. It's the closest I could move to proper penguins, you know? But look at his feet. They're swinging like a, I don't know what, man. I'm just gonna screenshot this and send this to that fish. 1 second there. I'm gonna try to meet up that fish in Sweden, but we'll see if he wants to meet me. Me and my friends, we have this tradition of going like biking during the summer. So we'll just hop on our bikes and go bike like 100 kilometers to this lake, this beautiful lake, and we set up tent there and sleep. And we did it the first 2 times we did it with that fish as well. And then every single other time he's been flaking, you know? Which is what he does. He disappears for no reason. So we're gonna try to convince him with threats of violence to join us this year. We'll see. If not, I just might have to show up at his house. I know the general area he lives in. I just don't know his address yet. But I think if I get his address, I could probably show up at his door and threaten to like hurt his puppy or something if he doesn't join us for the bike ride. These enemy, I like these guys. They're silly. Don't know his address yet. Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. if I will meet up with that fish. Yeah, I'm hoping to, but we'll see. I like when they get lost. He's like, huh? 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 Yeah, that fish is my boyfriend. Ah! Look, we're running 200 NPCs at 50 FPS. 200 NPCs, bro. I. Look at this, it's an ocean of NPCs. Yeah, so I'm just need to basically set active that the NPCs, when they get run over, that their physics gets toggled on, and the same for like getting shot and stuff like that. But we can have insane amounts of NPCs, basically, at basically no performance cost. And this is not even as optimized as it could be. We can optimize this further to have even more NPCs, but this is very, very, very promising. And then we're gonna have cars, and the cars are gonna be able to be stolen, and it's gonna be freaking glorious. But look at this. You can buy weapons. So I go into the gun store and I buy a bazooka. I didn't have a bazooka previously. I click purchase, and now I have a bazooka. Now try 200 NPCs in Penguin Village. Well, the thing is, well, actually, it would work. I'd have to recompute the navigation, but like you see here, it doesn't do anything to do them. Wait. Look at this. It's me, Robber. I'm Robber at the fish factory. Don't worry, I'm just gonna kill you. He got them claws. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I can see if like because basically, okay, so yup, you're coming into the room. One problem is that, okay, well, actually, it doesn't have to be. I like this. When you step out of the car, the wheels still turn. And even spin. So the thing is, right? Because they're not supposed to be activated from each other. But at the same time, it's like, if I throw an NPC into another one, I want it to be... Should probably fix that, mate. Yeah, you should probably fix that, mate. You can't have the wheels turning when you're outside walking around the vehicle, eh? Oh. Dude, what the frick was that? Did you see how fast he was? That was insane. Riding down the highway. The new cars are so big. Well, they're not that big, are they? Like, they're big, but they're normal size now. It's just that the go-karts are tiny. Oh shit, don't go there, no! Oh. How many cars do you plan to add? I have, whoa shit, what was that? I have no plans for any amounts. I think whatever we add is whatever we add. No promises made. But depending on how simple we make the why is there a post in the middle of the street? Yeah. Bro, why is rage baiting? I can't reply to his messages. He always points out the small things, and I in my mind I'm like, he's serious, but I know that he's not. But it's also because I've been traumatized by the other people who are serious. So I think at least we want to have a sedan. Definitely we want to have a
Megadega once said, unrealistic game, you can't flip off other drivers. I'm not paying for this crap. Add Lamborghini.
We want to have a pickup truck. We want to have a sedan. Maybe a sports car. I think that's like good starting cars, but you know, I would want to make a system where, you know, every single car has the same setup, so I could just plop the script on it. It would like auto generate the car. That would be the dream. That I could just design a car and then plop the script on instead of having to do all these manual adjustments for every single car all the time. I'm impaled! I'm impaled! Ah! Yeah, we're gonna add motorcycles for sure. I mean, we have the tricycle, which is, you know, motorcycle, but shit. Yeah. Like a moped for sure, yeah. Okay, well, that's interesting. When they take damage, they walk a little bit. See? They do a little walk, a little shimmy. Pigeon Gwyn. Fancy seeing you here. Slice. Yeah, we're gonna add like proper boats. And most importantly with like the pickup trucks and the boats, is that if you're a player and you hop into the back of the pickup truck or the back of the boat, you're actually gonna be able to like go around with it, you know, as like a passenger. Old buddy, old pal, what are you doing? Me when I'm me when me wait me when I'm me when I'm me when I'm looking for the fish factory. Yeah, I don't know why the Who will win? A penguin with a rod of steel versus a machine made of steel. Yeah! You fought well, car. Ah! See, they speed up around these corners for some reason. There, it's slow. Slow. And then this guy is gonna go like, vroom. Look at him. Vroom. Like, what's that about? A zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay, I want to fix that you can actually hurt NPCs. So the problem is that the joints aren't active, right? So enable joint, disable joint, that's the thing, which is running here. Right now, we're just running it by default on is villager and is not villager. But really, we should have like, is cold, I guess. Is cold or is not cold. And starting value of is cold is true for a villager, but we can do like calculate culling or something. We can do here calculate culling. And then we can do private pool is cold, and then not is cold. And here we do some shit. And then in not start but spawned, if is villager is cold equals true. And then here is cold, and then we can do a private add ejector seats, buddy. Yeah. Hey mate, add the ejector seats. Every single car I've ever used had the ejector seats. You need to add the ejector seats, and also add the proper backing light on the car when you use the ejector seats. I mean, that would probably make for a good meme video, though. Like, I want that fish to add a bit more shit in the world, because once he adds more stuff to see, I can start making some pretty good clips, and then I have more of a reason to add those like meme features, like ejector seats. Add the warning light so that if you have an accident, you can inform other drivers. Yes. I need to add those also roadside telephones. I think that's very important. Can you add a 2020 Subaru WRX Sport in the magnetite gray metallic that came with a 2.0 liter turbocharged H4 boxer engine? Can you add that? Washer dryer combo be like. Rollerblades. That could actually work. That could actually work. I just make a custom rollerblade animation that they, you know, like that. Hmm. Samsung smart fridge. Yeah, you got it. Does anyone here know if like Robber was serious with the washer dryer combo? Do you think he actually wanted that to be added to Penguin Heist, and do you think he was actually like genuine in that suggestion? He had a turbo. Well, then good on him that it caught on fire, because anyone who has a turbo on their IEPA deserves to have their friggin' car
Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
blow up in smoke.
__ has learned to dance.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Indie Journey. Well, honestly, anyone with an EFBUD deserves to have their entire car go up in flames, just for the fact that they have one. Having an EFBUD should be a crime. Is a normal car with an LGF sign? You think it was Jen? Yeah, maybe. I think maybe he was. Didn't understand the layers of iron. A pest on a rose. Yeah, 100%. Just get a freaking bike. Get a bike. Oh, but my legs they're too weak. I couldn't possibly go on a bike. I don't want to show up sweaty to school. It's get out of tutorial. I was talking about that earlier actually, but I would say make a game for which you can understand the sort of basic concept and the building blocks of it. So I always say make Pong, but you can make any other game that's simple. You could make a text RPG. You could make a simple tower defense game. I was talking about that earlier. You can make Snake. You know, make a game for which there are hundreds and thousands of resources, and then, you know, if you're making Pong, you can understand every single discrete concept of that game, right? You understand that there are two paddles moving independently. There's a ball that's bouncing. There's collision between the paddle and the ball. If you can't make Pong, you cannot make any other game. That's a blanket statement, but you know, I could say the same thing about Snake. If you can't make Snake, you can't make any other game. If you can't you're mad that they're driving too slow. You can complain if they drove too fast. No, I just don't think any kid that age should be driving a car in the first place. They have no business driving a car. A car is not a human right. But yeah, just yeah, Flappy Bird or anything. Like the thing is, like, if you're making a game and every single thing you want to implement is like too difficult to understand or wrap your head around, then you'll have to look up a tutorial for every single thing. But like with Pong or anything like Flappy Bird or whatever, right? You don't have to look up tutorials because you can discreetly understand what sort of concepts you're working with. You can look up descriptions for the discrete concepts. So like, what's Flappy Bird? Well, Flappy Bird is a collider, probably a sphere, or you could use a square collider, but let's use a sphere collider for simplicity's sake. And this sphere is moving sideways, okay? So you start there. Just make the sphere move sideways and spawn in just pipes. And these pipes are just the same height all the time. You can't even tap space yet. The bird's not falling or anything, okay? These are moving this direction and getting spawned and despawned, and this is moving that direction, and it's just still on the screen, right? So it's whatever. It's not even moving. It's just still on the screen. Okay, what's the next thing to implement? Well, the pipes spawn at different heights. So sometimes they're high up, sometimes they're low, whatever. And then you implement collision. So how do you implement collision? Well, you can look up collision between simple shapes. That's a good exercise, and that's something you shouldn't need a tutorial for. You should just look up like, how do you code for collision between circle and rectangle. So you could do like circle, rectangle collision. And you can look up here. Multiple resources talking about how to compute for collision between circle and rectangle, you see? This here is a script. You can look at the code and everything. But Unity even has callbacks. Like if you're working in Unity, you could use Unity's callbacks. But basically, when you collide, then there's a fail state, which you have to code for. And then when you code for the fail state, well, that resets everything. So the pipes are removed, and then you get a little pop-up screen to like, you know, restart whatever. So it's all, you know, just look at every single discrete state that the game deals with and think in your mind, how would I code this? If you need a tutorial at this point, you should probably look up just programming fundamentals for whatever language you're working in. So if you're working in Python, just look up Python programming fundamentals, and the same thing for C#. And just work with like simple problems. If graphics and collisions are too difficult, make a text game. Just work with text input. Then you're just working with a gameplay loop of a player types text input, you process that text input and do an action. Right? Then you're a bit more flexed in your programming muscles, and then you can maybe start switching to graphics. But if you're doing everything at once, well, then you have to learn like, what are colliders, what are graphics, what are like sound effects, spawning entities. It's all these different concepts that can be a bit confusing if you're doing it all at once. But when you're working with just text, it's kind of simple. It is very important for some people to be able to get to school. So how did they get to school before they got a freaking driver's license? How did they get to school before they got a driver's license? All of a sudden they turned 16 and now they can't get to school anymore? Kinda girly. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's all a status symbol. It's all a status symbol. That's the only reason kids get these, because they convince their softy parents to get them a car that's going to make them look cooler amongst their friends. That's the only reason they get these cars. Every single adult realizes at one age or another that IEPA is stupid. The only people who are arguing for IEPA are the kids who are driving them. And the only reason that IEPA exists in traffic is because their parents are softies who believe in status symbols and believe that their kids should, you know, partake in these status symbols. There should be no reason for kids that young to be driving those kinds of cars. They don't have the ability to think of consequences at that age. Bikes do drive on the road, and they do in Sweden as well. You have no there are no laws saying that you cannot drive on the road with your bike. Even with bike lanes present, you don't legally have to be on the bike lane. It's not enforced. Yeah, majority of Sweden does not have bike lanes. The majority of Sweden does not, and I would know this because I am a proficient biker. There are bike lanes in many places, but the majority of roads, country roads, do not have bike lanes. So for like any long distance cities, obviously, yeah. I mean, if you're biking in a city, but in a city, you could generally take the bus as well if you need to get around. If we're talking about like transportation, right? If you live in the city, you have no reason at all for an IEPA, yeah. Yeah, and I lived outside the city too. I had to take freaking 30-minute train ride to get to the town where I was in school. But again, I mean, the question remains, right? These kids are getting to school, right? They're getting to school up until the age that they legally can buy an IEPA, right? And all of a sudden, they buy an IEPA, and now the only way for them to possibly get to school is with their IEPA. How did they get to school before that? Were their parents, like, are their parents suddenly completely unable to get them to school? Up until the age of 18, kids are the responsibility of a parent, and the responsibility of getting the kid to school falls upon the parent all the time. Right? There is no legal reason that kids should have access to cars. Even living on the countryside, it still falls, the responsibility falls on the parent to be able to provide a way to and from school, right? There's no argument you can make that kids can't get to school without an IAPA. Parents are always responsible to get their kids to school. Always, always, always. No, it's not a must. I've dealt with trains like 9 years of my entire I even took bus here in Iceland. I mean, I've dealt with bad train traffic, and people are always exaggerating. Like, I can look up the amount of canceled trains in Sörmlandlands. Like, I can look that up, and it's not going to be as bad as you think it is. The reason that IAPA was even instated, the reason it was instated was because farmers had kids, right? And farms are typically family run, so the farmers would prefer that the kids could help out at the farm and be able to drive the tractors. So then the state was like, well, we could introduce this IAPA license that allow you to drive the tractor at a younger age than 18. That was the idea. But then some idiot came up with the idea that, hey, you know, we could pitch like drivable cars to kids so they could like just drive them and look cool. And that's what happened. I mean, it's absurd. The entire concept of the IAPA is absurd. There's no argument you can pull. The only one that people will pull out of their ass is the one that, how else are we supposed to get to school? Yeah, but you got to school before you had an IAPA, and now all of a sudden you say you can't. Bullshit. Your parents have a legal obligation to get you to school. He's not rage baiting. I think he's part of the IAPA culture for sure. It is to bend the rules, yeah. It's to bend the rules. It was instated for farmers and farmer kids to be able to help out around the farm by driving tractors, because a lot of Sweden is like farm country, right? So you have a lot of younger teenagers who could help out at the farm to drive the tractor and get an license early. But then it was manipulated into like, oh, well, we could just take a car, modify it to go 30 kilometers per hour and then sell it. And that's what they did. I wonder, like, yeah, more than over double the amount of accidents are caused by A-traktor as opposed to moped cars. more than double the accidents are caused by A-traktor as opposed to moped cars. But I wonder if you can see statistics. Let's see. In 77% of cases, it's the EPA that crashes into the other person from behind. 77% of cases. People are saying 33% of people believe that it's the faster cars crashing into the EPA, but it's actually the opposite. 77% of cases, almost 80%. So it's only 20% of accidents where the EPA is not crashing into the other car. That is insane. That is insane. There's a double the amount of risk for an EPA to end up in a crash. And they want to raise the speed for these cars to 45. They want to raise the car, but they're already the ones crashing into... The car that's going slow is crashing into the faster cars from behind. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because these kids who are driving them are freaking idiots. That is insane. Wow. The fact that any parent ever would at all give their kids a car like this is insane. I mean, the fact that you can even, like, imagine that they were driving faster cars. Imagine if they were driving faster than 30. No, it's not because they're stupid. It's because they're kids. They're babies driving these cars. They should not have the car in the first place. If it's winter, the parents will drive them to school. If the parents can't drive them to school, they're bad parents and shouldn't have had kids in the first place. That's the truth of it. You have to get a license to drive these cars, Crystal. You have to get a license. You just it's not a full license, but you have to get a license. This is insane. Yeah, the fact. Yeah, but that's because you have a person who can teach you, right? But I'm saying that the statistic alone, that 80% of accidents from moped cars are these moped cars crashing into other cars, right? 80% are these moped cars crashing into other cars, meaning that by far these drivers are just very bad drivers, not respectful of traffic rules, and they want to raise the speeds on them. That's insane. So it has nothing to do with the fact that the cars are slow. That's not what's making them dangerous for traffic. It's the fact that the kids that are driving them have no clue about... Yeah, there's twice as high risk of crashing in the A-traktor. That's insane. Yeah. 54% of all accidents occur within the first 3 months. So 54% of people who get an IEPA will crash within the first 3 months. %. That's a majority of people will crash within the first 3 months with an IEPA. No, I'm not saying that kids I'm saying the thing with statistics, right, is that it's not applied to you, it's applied to a demographic, right? That's why we are working with 80%. 80% of accidents caused with IEPA are caused by the IEPA. 54%, so half, end up crashing their IEPA. Ending up in an accident. A scratch is not an accident. A scratch would not count as an accident. But there is a double the amount of ending up in an accident where you get hurt. Twice the amount. 100%. 100% increase in personal accidents. So the accident where the driver ends up getting hurt or someone in the car ends up getting hurt. Yeah, I don't care about how many people you know. Like, how many people you know is not statistics. That's called an anecdote. An anecdote is personal experience, is not statistics. Like statistics, like you could say, I know nobody that has gotten cancer, but then it's like, I don't know, however many % of people die from cancer, but it's like, okay, well, I guess that statistics doesn't exist. Because you don't know anyone with cancer. Like, that's not how statistics works. It's like you have to look at what are the numbers saying, and then that's across the board the truth, right? Your personal experience is not the truth. Like, that's... The statistics are the statistics, and the statistics are saying that no, you shouldn't. That's not how statistics work. If it's 50% crash, that's not how statistics work. There's no should in statistics. Anyway, I can't keep reading about this. This IEPA sucks. End of story. Parents who give their kids IEPA irresponsible. Absolutely. 50-50, either it happens or not. Yeah, but 80-20, either it happens or not as well. Like, it's... You clearly don't understand statistics. It's not like if it's 50-50, you flip a coin 2 times, then it's going to show 1 head, right? That's not how it works. You flip it 3 times, it's not going to guaranteed show 1 head either. Like, you can flip it 20 times and there's still no guarantee. That's why personal experience, it has nothing to do with like number statistics. Personal experience is completely removed from number statistics. Like, How many people have broken a bone in their lifetime? How rare is it that by 30 a person hasn't broken a bone? Yeah, so total probability is 1.5%. Or what? No? Oh, had, okay, yeah, for 43.8% chance. No, but that's the thing. The person going 30 kilometers per hour is not someone we get stuck behind. They crash into us. According to statistics, they crash into us. But yeah, 43%. And I know however many people that haven't broken a bone in their life. So I guess, oh, well, I guess that's a false statistics then. It's like, what? Dude, nobody in Sweden is crying about the bus crashing. Huh? Yeah, but that's a misunderstanding of the statistics. That's what the report that I was looking at earlier was showing, which is that people believe here 82% of parents want to raise the speed of A-traktor to 45. So most people are complaining about them going slow, but that is wrong. Because 80% of crashes have nothing to do with the other cars crashing into the EPA. It's the slow EPA crashing into the other car from behind. So them going faster would be even worse. It has nothing to do with the speed. They are unsafe vehicles, point blank, because the ones driving them have no way to think of consequences.
So when I buy a lottery ticket, according to our dear Mr. Big Pooh, I either win or not. A 50% chance of winning. So I should buy 2 lottery tickets for a guaranteed win.
There you go. That's how it works. How does that make the fact that people think they're slow wrong? It makes them wrong because the danger of them in traffic, the danger, not the annoyance of them. It is annoying that they are slow, right? But the danger of them in traffic and the problem they cause is that they are harming the kids who are driving them. They are harming others in traffic. And they need not exist, with the only argument for their existence, besides the farmers who actually use them, is that kids need to get to school. But if kids cannot get to school without the parents, then the parents aren't doing their job, right? The parents have to be able to get their kids to school. There is no argument you can make for IEPA at all. You don't live in Sweden, but I visit Sweden. I'm in Sweden at least 2 months in a year. But it's a stupid position for Sweden to have, and we don't have them here in Iceland. And of course, it's not a problem in Iceland. And yeah, I think IAPA and gun owners are like the same mindset. Yet the people who own IAPA, they don't realize the IAPA owners will be like, guns, that's so silly, guns are stupid, without realizing that IAPA is literally just as stupid and just as dangerous. Yeah, but those statistics alone don't mean much. What is your actual like hypothesis, that because there is a higher quantity of accidents with electric scooters, that electric scooters should be banned? Like, I think electric scooters are extremely dangerous, and I don't think people should be driving them, but people driving them are not wearing helmets. If people wore helmets while driving those scooters, they would be significantly safer. But again, electric scooters and IAPA are both dangerous, but I don't think that saying one like one thing being bad does not make another one better. I don't think any amount of license is going to be of benefit for you. But I think you cannot put a kid that young in a car. Kids are not made for cars, because driving a car requires the ability to think of consequences, and there's a reason that people can't vote until they're 18. And people who are 16 believe they know everything. People who are 17 believe they know everything. And even people who are 18 believe they know everything. But then when they become older, they realize, huh, I actually didn't know everything back then. Yeah, and you'll realize how little you truly knew when you get older. That's just how it is. Yeah, even some adults shouldn't drive a car, which is true, but you have to set the limit somewhere, right? So that's you know, that's why it happened to be 18. Honestly, it should probably be higher, but at some point people actually are working and holding down jobs and not in school anymore. And at that point, well, you probably need a car and your parents aren't legally required to take care of you, which is 18, right? I don't care about the speed. I'm saying these are dangerous cars. They end up in accidents. The ones driving them end up in accidents. They shouldn't be driving a car in the first place. The parents should be driving them. End of story. That's my opinion. There's no excuse a parent can make that's going to make me feel sympathy for them. To make me think, oh, well, I'm so sorry you can't get your kid to school. I feel so sorry for you. Yes, it was a wise decision of you to give your underage kid a car. Yes. I 100% agree. 100% agree. A 16-year-old driving with mother is much safer because mom can be held responsible. It's not about the speed, right? It's not about the speed. Because the thing is, the IAPA are crashing into the backs of other cars, even though they're slower. 80% of accidents are caused by IAPA driving into the backs of cars. And they're already driving at 30 kilometers per hour. If speed was the key, then they wouldn't be crashing into the backs of their cars. They wouldn't. Speed has nothing to do with it. It's about having someone in there who has a brain with the capability to think of consequences, which is something that develops with age. Like, kids don't necessarily have to equate with stupid, but kids definitely cannot think and reason when it comes to consequences. Long-term consequences of their actions are not something they can reason with regards to. How is that not a meaningful statistics? Look, I've... See here, last year, this is 2023. Yeah, look, the amount of accidents is going up starting 2017 there. But probably a lot of these are being replaced. That's what I imagine. A lot of e-tractor are being replaced with scooters, which is probably why it's evening out here. So many people who would have otherwise gotten an e-tractor are probably getting an electric scooter instead and hurting themselves that way. Underscore 346 accidents where the driver was hurt. 504 people were hurt. 3 av 4 under 18 år. Den olyckorna skedde på vägar med hastighet 50 till 70. Yeah, but again, it's like it doesn't matter, right? Like I don't think you 80% of the accidents wouldn't happen crashing into the back of a car if the speed of the car was the issue, right? 80% of the accidents wouldn't happen crashing into a car. Like 80% of the accidents of crashing into a car from the back would not be happening if speed was the issue. Like it doesn't compute, right? If two cars collide, and 80% of the times that is by them crashing into, like, any single accident with a slow car is way less risky at slow speed. Okay, that already we can say, right? Crashing into a light pole at 30 is probably much safer than crashing into a light pole at 120. No, we're on the same book. You're saying, how many times has an IEPA crashed into another car? That is irrelevant. Why is that relevant? 344 accidents total doesn't say if it was a crash into another. It doesn't matter if there's a crash into another car. These are kids driving cars getting hurt. Whether they're hurting other people or hurting themselves is irrelevant. People shouldn't be hurting themselves.
Megadega1 said, Corngin, get back to work. Ignore
I
this
can't.
rage baiting. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah. I can't deal with this anymore. I need to. Ugh. Is there a collider on this one? Do I need to add? Yeah, I can't engage with this anymore. It is too mentally draining. Draining the soul, one would say. Damage collider. So I want to basically, I have the features now to be able to add guns sort of as we go. I think maybe I can, depends on how much work I can get done when I'm in Sweden. I want to maybe have it up next week. I don't know. I'm going to try at least. I'm hoping, because I'm leaving on Friday. So in 2 days I'm leaving. But I'm going to work more this evening as well. But I'm trying to figure out right now what's like a good heuristic for detecting whether or not we should like enable or disable the physics. Because that's kind of tricky. Like I'm thinking sort of yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know how would I detect like I could have. So basically we need to figure out like if we're running a simulation, what are the sort of things we want to look out for. So intermission, you mean? Yeah, so you have an enemy here. He could have like a tiny sphere of influence or something. So if something enters here, then the physics get toggled. So you could have the player here, and the player fires like their gun or whatever. And the bullet enters here, and now the physics get turned on. But does it happen quick enough? That's the question. Like this, and then also you could have the player here, you know, sticking their arm out or whatever. Like, hello, I have my arm out or whatever. And then they would get activated as well. It wouldn't get activated from other enemies, but it would get activated from players, bullets, cars, for example. We just have to make it look seamless. That's the big struggle, making it look seamless. Because there might be like some visual jitter when you walk close to an enemy, and all of a sudden it's going from having a walking animation to now all of a sudden being like standing normally. Yeah, I always smoke. Yeah, tar lung. And then navmesh dot add component, and we'll call this one like enemy physics color. But speaking of smoking, I think I'm gonna go take a smoke. I mean, espresso break. I'm gonna go grab an espresso. Be right back. Like, actually, though, I'm gonna grab an espresso. So, be right back. Heyo. Bro, is this dude harvesting the coffee beans from the farm and grinding them with a mortar and pestle? Yeah, pretty much. Hmm. You know, we have in Iceland Domino's Pizza, and they have these offers that come in. I don't know if it's like every month or every other month, but it's called Mega Week. See, it's Mega Week, and there's a pizza carton robot. Something for you, Mega Week. Okay, so I think what we should have is a private all my weeks are mega weeks, so I feel mega week. Oh. We can do private list. Game object, I guess. Reference to a game object. Affecting object. And void on collision enter. We do private layer mask. That's a 50-50 chance it kills you. Oh shit. I knew one person who died from drinking coffee. That means all coffee kills. I think we can look at I don't know, we'll just start with player 1. I don't know what the cars are in. They're like a vehicle layer. I don't know. We'll just start with the player and just see, work from there. What temp do you like your coffee? I will brew roughly between 90 to 100, depending on the roast. But when I make my espresso, I just have my espresso. I forgot what I set my brew temperature for the espresso machine, but I just have it the same all the time. I did what's it called? Calibrate it at one time, but I completely forgot. But yeah, when brewing French press, I will stick to between 90 and 100, depending on the roast. But I like there's a roastery we have here in Reykjavik that I like going to. And there I buy quite sizable bags of coffee that are like different flavors every time because they're quite quick to make like new kinds of roasts and from different beans and stuff. So like artisanal coffee. I like that.
Crystal Clear TV said, I have to go now. Good luck with the 30 Kerimets penguins.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Arvid Nordqvist, yeah. I mean, the reason I like Arvid Nordqvist is because they didn't fall for the shrinkflation. Every single other brand shrunk their bags. Arvid just turned up the price. Like Suegas, which of course is Nestle, so you shouldn't be buying that in the first place. But they went from 500 to 450 and raised and kept the price the same, right? They shrink their package and keep the price the same to make people think that, oh, they didn't raise the price. Whereas Arvid Nordqvist, they're like honest, so they just raised the price because the product has become more expensive, you know? But the thing is, in Sweden, I have this tin can that's like, it was the exact size of a brand of coffee that I used to buy. It was the exact size of it, but then they shrunk the packaging and now the size is completely off. And it's like, what? So let's just raise the damn price. Just be honest. Don't try to trick me by making me think that your product is more affordable than another brand when all you did was shrink your like I don't look at the price, I look at the kilo price, and your kilo price is the same, so it's like, screw you. Yeah, that was also, but I think, wasn't it, I think that can size uses less material to make, if I'm not mistaken. I think they use less material to make it, which is why it's a better shape. And in that case, you know, fair enough. I honestly prefer the look of the taller cans. It saves 20%. They can make them thinner. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 20% aluminum, that's a big difference though. Yeah, that's the problem. It's all the old can holders. But I don't know. I can accept it. When they shrink the coffee packages, it's not. Um, didn't sound so funny when it happened. If... Yeah, see you. I'm reading, because I'm reading the combined chat. Like the one on the stream window. Like, because otherwise I miss like the YouTube chats or whatnot. Remember? Yeah, they still exist. What the frick are you talking about? Yeah. I remember how shocked I was when I was like, wait, what? They added sweeteners to like 7-Up, Pepsi? It was kind of wild. But do you guys know like how much caffeine is in Pepsi? Because it's quite a bit. The Pepsi Max. 42 milligrams. In a can of Pepsi. But you look at a Coke Zero. $34. Yeah, but did you guys see that they have discovered there's more corks found on the beaches now than before. So they're not even sure that this they're not even sure that this new thing worked, apparently. More screw... or is it? Is it screw cap? Bottle caps. Screw up. EU bottle cap law blasted as total disaster. More plastic waste in nature since it was introduced. Yeah, I think but that's from the Sweden Democrats. I don't know if they increased plastic pollution following the introduction. Yeah, okay, but this is from the EU itself. Raised, but that is raised by Team Gren. Yeah, so that is part of the Swedish Democrats. Okay, yeah, here they're saying. However, since the EU requirement was introduced in 2024, the number of plastic bottle caps found on the beaches of Sweden's coast has tripled. According to data from the Keep Sweden Tidy Foundation, the number of plastic caps found per 100 meters of beach rose from 46 in 2023 to 144 in 2024. This is the first such increase in several years. Okay, but that does sound like not... That sounds like it's not just them trying to stick it to the environmentalists. That does seem like genuine. But it's like, was that ever the problem? Plastic corks, like there has to be other rules and regulations you can keep in place to fix these issues, not just freaking stick the cork to the bottle. I don't know. You like how they removed? Yeah, and that was also probably something that wasn't having a big effect. Like, I think it's I mean, it's all symbolic, right? It's showing that they care, but it's not showing that they're looking for a solution, because the problem was never plastic bags. The problem was never plastic caps. It's... I don't know, I think the problem is so much broader than that. That all you end up doing is making people not want to care about the environment, as opposed to fixing the actual big scope problems. Plastic straws? Yeah, I don't know. I never struggled with the paper straws, me personally. I don't know. But one thing I am skeptical of, though, which I haven't personally looked too much into it, But this worry about microplastics, because this is all the entire, you know, environmental debate is about, or like health debates, is talking about microplastics. But what are the actual proven detriments of microplastics? Because again, the same people who complain about microplastics are probably drinking, you know, alcohol or smoking cigarettes. And it's like, are microplastics worse than, I don't know, one alcoholic drink a week? What is worse? That's what I'm not sure about. What even is microplastic? We don't even know what they do. Yeah, but it's scary. But it's like, why should it be scary if we haven't like proven that they're even bad for us? Like they've proven to be bad for like mice and stuff. But what do they do to people? Like proven negative effects. Microplastics may cause changes in intestinal microbiome, resulting in an imbalance between beneficial and harmful bacteria, which can lead to various gastrointestinal. May, can. It's all like such soft language. They can't be healthy. Yeah, well, I mean, just because they're not healthy doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be friggin' like killing you. Yeah, but we're not chewing like plastic. Like, I'm not saying that like microplastics are obviously like nothing to worry about at all. I don't think microplastics have been around for a long time. When did microplastics become an issue? 2004, the term microplastics appeared for the first time. But they were first detected in humans in 2018. But how long might they have been present in? No longer than 70-ish years ago, but we only really figured out plastics related to these weird leftover hydrocarbons. Yeah, but it's like they've probably been around for a long time. Yeah, but vapes, I mean, vapes have been proven to be bad for you. Like, you can get freaking collapsed lungs from vapes. Like, you can look up vaping, like, that's a direct health concern that you can look up. Both vaping and smoking increase the risk of bursting, which can lead to lung collapse. And there have been many such documented cases of people vaping and having their lung just collapse on them. So it's like those are proven effects, but with microplastics, they're looking at mice and seeing like, oh, what happens to mice? Well, the same thing must happen to humans, but it might be nothing at all. I don't know. It's like people were, another scare that was a public health scare was like radio waves. Do you remember when that was a discussion? People talking about speaking on the phone, like having the phone up to your ear was giving you brain cancer, which also turned out to be bogus, you know? Like, I think the more damaging thing are the macroplastics. Yeah, but the thing is, you can't avoid microplastics. That's the problem. You can't. But I think the bigger concern is like the widespread macroplastics. You can go to the most remote island in the entire world and you're going to find plastic has washed up on the shore. And I mean animals being directly killed by plastics, like birds getting caught in the freaking can holders, choking to death, you know? It's not nice. I'm still sure artificial sweetener will turn out to give people cancer in a few years. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's for me, it's hard to speculate on like health concerns, especially these like long-term health concerns over these small things that accumulate over time, because so many things we do as people are directly ignoring health concerns. Like driving a car, going for like a joyride in a car is probably way more dangerous for you than microplastics will ever be to you, like throughout your entire lifetime. If you stack up like the risks that microplastics could introduce into your life versus the risks you're engaging in by just going on like a joyride in a car, I would imagine that the risk introduced by just sitting in that car and going for a drive is probably way more detrimental to your potential length of life than any microplastic. That's my guesstimation, you know? And we're engaging with these kinds of risks all the time. Like going biking without a helmet, or I don't know, mountain climbing, whatever, you know? All kinds of things we do that are like voluntary risks. What do I know? That's just a vibe thing, but I couldn't back it up like statistically, but again, that's, yeah, or like driving Iapa. So I don't know, I feel like there is, when you look, I think that the human mind likes to look at things that are strictly bad and imagine that that is the only bad things that exist. We cannot look at like cars that come with both benefit and positive thing as something bad or a risk. Like when you get into a car to drive to the store, you don't think that's as a risk, you just think that is something you do. But when it comes to like microplastics in your food, you think, well, microplastics are strictly bad, so therefore microplastics, anything that could introduce microplastics is a risk. But that's because there's no reward. So but then you also ignore the size of the risk compared to the other places where there is a reward. Yeah, I am a microplastic lover. But I think there is the perks outweigh the risks with a car. There are no upsides. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, because there are upsides with a car, we can ignore the risks, right? But when you're just going for like a ride for fun with the car, you're just out cruising with your car. The only benefit you're gaining from that is like having fun or whatever. But does that outweigh the risk? I don't know. I mean, like if you put down the risks of introducing microplastics into your body versus the risk of potentially crashing or dying or whatever, I'm not sure that that equation comes out correct. I'm not convinced that those risks like the risk benefit, I don't think that they're equal. I'm not sure of that. That's what I'm saying. Double standarding. Yeah, but I'm saying the IAPA are driven by kids whose responsibility it is of the parents to take care of them. I'm not going to go into this discussion anymore about IAPA. I'm done with that. But yeah, kids shouldn't be driving cars. And I don't think that's a double standard. But my point being with like undiscovered health detriments, if we look at it this way. So like, let's say that this is a scale of like risk reward. So this is like we'll call it microplastics MP. This is like the potential risk zone for microplastics. And then you have like a car ride CR. And then you get a lot of joy, but like there's no joy to be benefited from the microplastics, so like 0. So car ride, you get joy from it, but you also engage in like risk that is like maybe just equal or whatever, you know? And the risk with the car ride is obviously way more significant than the potential risk with like microplastics. And I can think we can say that sort of definitively, that the risk of ending up in like a tragic car accident or a tragic bike accident with no helmet is probably dramatically higher than the risk of suddenly falling over dead because of microplastics. I think we can say that definitively. And assuming that's the case, I'm not sure that this is like proportionally worried about like this, you know? I think there is a lot of worry and debate put on things where there is no benefit derived, as opposed to the debate surrounding things where there is benefit derived. And I'm not sure that these ratios equal out. That's all I'm saying. Not enough for myself to be worried about it more than I would be worried about, for example, a car crash or a bicycle crash. Yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, right? It's easier to focus on something like microplastics because there are no benefits. That's why it's easier to demonize and easier to have that be like a discussion like microplastics bad. It's harder to have that discussion surrounding like car safety or bike safety or, I don't know, gun safety or whatever. Like those debates are harder to have because people derive benefit from them. And that's why those discussions are also a bit minimized in the public space, when probably the risk reward balance there is way more skewed than like microplastic. Swamping? I'm not familiar with the term. How does one swamp? Ah. Oh, is that looking for pressure in the swamps? Walking around in a swamp? Your own term. Oh. Sounded like a potential real term. You might find Bokstensmannen. Ah shit, I didn't set it. You might find trash from the 70s. Yeah, I had behind my house in Sweden, I had this old dump in the woods. There was a bunch of pots and pans from like the 20s or whatever. That was pretty cool. Old glass bottles, yeah. Okay, let's see. Wait, so here. Okay, weird. Wait, maybe we can do like Wait, 1 second. Yeah, I have to go now, so I'm gonna say goodbye to you all, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.